We are now broadcasting to ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's meeting of the Planning Department. I'm delighted to see so many members of the public. The first item on the agenda is the evacuation procedure. You probably remember that when you came into the building, you were given a pass and signed in. We're not expecting the alarm to sound this evening. So if you do hear the emergency alarm, it's likely to be a real event. If that happens, please leave the building by the nearest safe exit, which is likely to be that door. If we can't use that door for whatever reason, it will be the Civic Suite entrance as you enter the building. Please stay with us, don't go anywhere, because in the event of an emergency, we'll have to give the attendee log to the fire brigade and they'll be looking around for you. So please go to assembly point G on the car park, which is just outside those windows, and stay there until tonight's proper officer, Mrs. Ryan, says that it's safe and reasonable to go somewhere else. Oh, if it happens, we'll make it as quick as we can, but generally we are not expecting anything. Agenda item number 2 is the apologies for absence or members away on official business.
Yeah, Brennan's had a family emergency, so she may get here, but she'll obviously be later than late.
Thank you. Any other apologies? So I've got apologies from Councillor Riley, who you recall is in hospital, and we have Councillor Clues substituting. We have Councillor Gosling, who's away, substituted by Councillor Waffles. And Councillor Bitley, who is away and being substituted for by Councillor Melia. Are those apologies for absence acceptable?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Clues, welcome back. You're here more often than half the board. Councillor Waffles, welcome. And Councillor Melia, welcome. I hope you also enjoy the meeting. If you get stuck on procedure or anything else, you're on your own. But do let me know, we'll try and help you through it. Agenda item number 3 is disposable pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest. Councillor Waffles?
Yes, I'd like to declare my non-pecuniary interest for 6H. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Melia?
Dordon Parish Council and the neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. On the same application. Councillor?
Pulford Parish Council on the same application.
Thank you very much. Good. Thank you, everyone. Now, as members, I'm sure will have recognised, we have a large number of people in the public gallery. My spies have advised me that the majority are here for the Longley planning application, and then after that, a number of people here for the Dordon application. So, members, I'd like to vary the agenda so that we take the Longley application first, and then the Dordon application second, which will save members of the public spending their entire evening with us. As fascinating as I'm sure they will find the conversation. We'll do that if that's acceptable. Members, as I would like to speak as a local councillor on the Longley application, I'll vacate the chair at that point, and Councillor Bell will chair the meeting for that item. Agenda item number 4 is minutes of the board held on the 5th of February. Are you happy that they're signed as a true and accurate record?
Yes.
All those in favour? Thank you very much. We now move then to consider application number 71 for land 800 metres south of Park House Farm, Moden Road for Longley, and I will hand over to Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Excuse me for chairing from here, but a few mobility issues just at the moment. So on this item, we've got a few speakers. Yeah. So Mr. Adrian White is there, like to take the Speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we're going out of order, just let me scroll through till we get to the slides. The slides are replicas of what you have in your papers in front of you. That's just the one. Otherwise, it's gone backwards. Right, two plans. The top one is an ordnance survey plan illustrating the citation in red. The easiest landmark there is the blue line that crosses the plan, which is the M6. And for Longley, you'll see is the settlement just to the north of that particular site. And then the bottom plan, the aerial photograph shows you that again. The red line is the application site. You can see the motorway there. And also you can see the footpaths, which are referred to in the report. This plan is the latest plan which is referred to in the report, showing the up-to-date layout of the site together with the additional landscaping and mitigation measures that were included and are referred to in the report. I've just included those plans, and the rest of those are actually in the papers in front of you. Madam Chairman, I don't intend to go through the report. This is a very full report, and I just need to update members on what's happened since the report was circulated. We've had another 5 objections from residents in Longley, and those reiterate the matters which are already summarised in the report in the papers in front of you. The Longley Parish Council, who I believe are registered to speak tonight, have submitted a couple of photographs which they are circulated in front of you on your desks, and they've also been circulated to the applicants in advance of the meeting. One or two things, Madam Chairman, have happened today, and I apologise for short notice, but this is the way things happen. We've had a letter of objection from the MP, who said he's been approached by several residents in Longley, and basically the letter refers to objections which are already contained in the report, namely inappropriate developments in the green belt, a potential flooding issue, and also the biodiversity issue. This morning we had another objection from the North Warwickshire Heritage Forum, and they basically related to 2 matters: the loss of agricultural land and the impact on the conservation area. And then finally, later on today, we had an objection from the Longley Flood Group, who raised a number of matters to do with flooding and drainage, and I'll come back to that in a minute, Madam Chairman. In terms of the conservation area, then the report, as you'll see, does acknowledge that less than substantial harm will be caused. That is the view of the Council's Heritage Officer, and that's the reason it's included in the report. So the Heritage Officer is advising you that there is less than substantial harm caused to the conservation area and other heritage assets. And that, as the report indicates, has to be weighed against the public benefits, or any public benefits which the board consider might outweigh that harm. In terms of the Longley Flood Group, then they raise a number of issues, and I also understand that they intend to speak to you tonight, and therefore they will update, I hope, what they said in the letter. The reason for that, Madam Chairman, is because I understand they met representatives of the applicant this afternoon on site and discussed much of the content of their objection. And I am tracing this, and I understand, Madam Chairman, that when the speakers speak, they can confirm or otherwise what I'm saying. I understand that the flood group is not satisfied, but understand that the matters can be dealt with, but the matters they have particular concern about, which are the maintenance of ditches on the site, can be covered by a condition in terms of the management of the particular site by the applicant. But I understand that the flood group representatives and the applicant will refer to those matters as we go through. On the drainage issue, as you'll see from the report, it's a substantial weight that the local flood authority has not objected. Now, and members will know that officers at the county of that authority are fully aware of the flooding situation in Forlongley, and it's my understanding that they would not have raised no objection had they had issues with the application. And that's a substantial weight, as I say, because of the local knowledge that the authority has of the local issues. In general terms, Madam Chairman, this is not the first solar farm application that you've had before you, and therefore you'll be familiar, members will be familiar with the operational requirements that solar farm operators need to run through in their search for sites. And that's very much to do with the capacity of the national grid and the associated substations, which members are aware of when we discussed the other three applications in this part of the borough. And therefore I don't intend to go through that. I suspect the applicant will refer to that later on. Clearly, this is the largest, having said that, this is the largest of the applications that the members of the board have had to deal with. And the size itself is not a reason for refusal. That is my advice to you. The size of the site is not a reason for refusal unless you consider there is significant and substantial harm arising from that size. Similarly, in terms of visibility, the fact that you can, members will be aware of this from dealing with other applications, the fact that you can actually see the development is not a reason for refusal. No one has a right to a view, and that's not a material consideration, as you're aware. So at the end of the day, Madam Chairman, this comes down to a final planning balance, and because this is in the green belt, the test is whether the benefits and case put forward by the applicant clearly outweigh the harms that might be caused by this particular application. You'll see from the report, Madam Chairman, that I feel that that is in fact the case in this situation, and that is very much due to the amendments that have been made recently in terms of the additional landscaping and plants that is proposed on the site. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. And Mr. White, I'll hand over to Mr. Ryan, who will explain the public speaking for you.
Mr. White, I understand that you're going to speak for 2 minutes and then Catherine Francis is going to speak for 1 minute. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Would you like to come down?
Between you, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll set the clock when you, Mr. White, start speaking, and then I'll let you know when there's 1 minute left. All right. So just give you a chance to get to the time. Okay, I'll set it when you start speaking.
Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm here tonight representing the Forlongley Parish Council. That's the same parish council that the parishioners of the village helped us form our neighbourhood plan, and I feel that is relevant. Our objections for this application have been distributed, they're in the report. Our views haven't changed, and I will not repeat them as such, other than to say, obviously, as Mr. Brown has just commented on, this application is on the green belt, and we feel that that has got significant weight, contrary to him saying that it isn't. We have sent you the 2 snapshots to show you how it can be seen that our neighbourhood plan calls for us to have a transitory view of the solar farm, and don't think the topography of the land has been fully appreciated, and that it can be seen. I accept it isn't a view, but it can be seen, and the flow of our land around the village from several areas, specifically the one on Sandy Lane, which is 1.3 kilometres away from the site, and that's over the other side of the village. The other aspect which we think is important is that the best and most versatile land, the BMV, is designed as grades 1, 2 and 3 in the NPPF. In this case, it's at 95%, as opposed to the other application that's mentioned in the report at 78. There's clearly quite a difference. And obviously, our neighbourhood plan was geared to Forlongley, not to the rest of the borough. And the report goes to great lengths to talk about how many percent of the borough there is, etc. Our neighbourhood plan was for Longley, not for the borough.
1 minute left.
And at that stage, we would like you to support us in accepting that this application is contributing both FNP 01 and FNP 02. And as such, we would like the board to uphold that. The word temporary is mentioned 8 times in the report. It is our belief that 40 years is not temporary. I would hate to think that this planning board was going to leave a legacy for successors to sort out when many of us will not be here in 40 years' time.
Mr. White, are you going to allow the fellow speaker to speak? There's less than a minute left.
Thank you. Thank you, Lady Chairman, members of the board. Good evening. You should have the Longley Flood Group letter of objection before you, together with visuals. I have only got 30 seconds to persuade you to adjourn this matter. We have had a useful site visit with the applicant this afternoon, but it has raised more queries. As a flood group, we haven't had the opportunity to collectively meet and liaise. We also want to speak to the lead local flood authority. Questions have been raised, which are in our letter of objection. If you're not with me, as far as adjournment is concerned, we are objecting to this application.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for our speakers, please? Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd just like to ask the second speaker if she would assist us in expanding a little more on the reasons for the flood group's request for an adjournment, particularly if she could give us some more information in terms of what happened at the meeting earlier tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simpson. Yes, we're seeking an adjournment because we understand that the local flood authority had withdrawn its objection and conditions to the development. However, we noted from the paperwork that the consultation only took place via email and telephone conference. There appears to have been no site visit. What we don't know is whether the lead local authority have actually seen the revised plans and the landscape strategy plan, which was actually only placed on the planning portal on the 6th of February from recollection. This is vital. We need to know. Furthermore, we've had no consultation with the local flood authority. Today's site visit was useful. We were able to walk around the site, but we did ask questions about where the fencing was to be placed, whether there would be access for them to maintain the trees, the hedgerows, because we're concerned about the debris falling into the watercourses and then causing a problem with flooding. Flooding in Longley is quite unique. There's a trash screen there, and debris collects with rainfall. If it's not cleared, it causes a flood. That's a very simple way of putting it. And so we asked lots of questions about management and how that was going to be managed, and whether we could have a condition that before the development started, the ditches, the waterways were cleaned. We could quite clearly see today that there was debris in there. So there are more questions that we do need to ask. We appreciate that the drainage strategy and the flood risk assessment have been on the portal for a couple of months, but we have only just seen the revised plans, and we certainly haven't been consulted by the local flood authority. We, as a flood group in the village, are affiliated to the National Flood Forum. And we do take what we do very seriously, and we believe that we are trying to protect the village of Longley from flooding.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As I'm getting on a bit, I just need to check that I have understood properly.
Yeah.
What I think I heard you say was that the lead local flood authority submitted their letter of no objection without consulting your local group.
Yeah.
And without visiting the site.
As far as I understand, there's Councillor Simpson, I read, I think, in the drainage statement, a letter from VWB saying there had been an email between the local flood authority and themselves, and there had also been a telephone conference. I'm not aware that there was a site visit. Now, if there was a site visit, why wasn't it put in that letter? I just don't know. We've emailed the flood authority this morning. We were told that there was going to be, they had 21 days in which to respond. So therefore, we feel we need to have an adjournment till next month or the month after would be helpful. This is a big development. This could potentially have a huge impact on the village, and it shouldn't be taken lightly.
Thank you, Chairman.
Right, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Foss.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that explanation. I mean, two things really. I mean, have you attempted to ascertain whether there's been a site visit, or are you going on sort of the fact that it's not mentioned in the letter? And secondly, if I could, I'll just sit and then whose responsibility are the ditches? Is it the farmers who have responsibility? Because ditches generally aren't without responsibility. Okay.
Can I answer the last?
Yeah, absolutely.
First. I understand, because my own property backs onto a brook, that owners have riparian responsibilities, and that their responsibility is takes you to half away into the brook. From looking at the site today, we weren't sure where the boundary went, where the watercourse went, although clearly on the map you can see that the two watercourses go through the site. But there was a question about where the fencing was going to be put, and whether access was available for a tractor or a low maintenance vehicle to get through, because that's going to have an impact on maintaining the area. And the first question, I can only take it from the letter. We haven't been able to make further inquiries. I'm afraid that the flood group are busy with their own commitments and have jobs, and we haven't had the opportunity to make any further inquiries. We just spotted it in the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for our speakers? In which case, thank you very much, both of you, for your thoughts, and we will move on to the discussion chambers. I am going to start by asking Councillor Wright, who is not a member of the board, but is a local member.
Can I just check, is there another speaker?
No,
Okay, thank you.
it was a bit of a confusion, but no, we don't have another speaker.
Okay, then.
There is a speaker.
We do.
Yes, I thought so.
I have listed on my list.
Adams? Yes. Oh, sorry, yes.
Who's the applicant?
I'm so sorry, I haven't got it on my list, but thank you very much. And with the next speaker, have we got?
Yes, it's on.
Thank you. Oh, Lee, oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Adams, I'm so sorry. Missed you, Lewis. Thank you. Brian?
Yes. Mr. Adams, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, and I'll let you know when it's 1 minute left, and I'll start the clock when you start speaking.
Good evening, Chair and Committee. My name is Lee Adams, Chief Commercial Officer and Enviromina. Firstly, I'd like to praise North Warwickshire and the pre-committee process followed. We thank officers and members for their input, what has been an informative process. Enviromina differ from other such operators in that we propose to construct, manage and maintain the scheme over its lifetime. As such, we are heavily invested in the scheme and area. We have sought to work with the community and have presented several times to the Flongley Parish to keep the community informed and receive their feedback. This has led to amendments to the layout, including the provision of additional community gardening and planting and screening. Should permission be granted, we look to work with the parish to design the garden space. In addition, and outside of planning consideration, we have committed to provide a new play equipment for Flongley Village and also supporting the church winter warm-up. The scheme presented today has had significant additional landscaping implemented and to directly address local concerns regarding key viewpoints. In total, 81 trees, 2.7 kilometres of new hedgerow was proposed, reinstating former field boundaries, reinforcing existing planting and delivering significant biodiversity gains of 64%. Detailed discussions have been held with the local lead flow group and additional drainage testing has been undertaken at that request. The additional testing supports our drainage strategy, which has been agreed by the LLFA as appropriate and suitable and will not increase the flood risk on or off the site. It is acknowledged that the Felongley village has been subject to historic flooding, but has been demonstrated and agreed with the LLFA that the site is not the source of the flooding, and with its drainage improvements, the proposal will not increase flood risk in the village. Furthermore, when acknowledging the late comments received from the Felongley flood group this morning, it should be noted that the water courses and ditches will be cleared on a regular basis as part of our ongoing management plan, both pre and post construction, and we are happy for these to be conditioned. Regarding Greenbelt, there are multiple decisions to support renewable energy and has established very special circumstances to justify development in the Greenbelt. The potential scale of impact has been examined and agreed as less than significant by your officers. In summary, there are no significant impacts arising from the scheme where harm has been identified. Mitigation measures is proposed to minimise efforts. There are no objections from statutory consultees or North Warwickshire officers, and significant environmental, social and economic benefits can be delivered. As such, we support the officer's conclusions and respectfully request that the planning permission is granted. And I'm happy to take any questions if that is permitted by the board.
Of course. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Councillor Simpson, followed by Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Welcome back to the Council House.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions, if I may. The first one is largely following on from the discussion we just had. Are you aware whether the lead local flood authority visited the site?
I honestly don't know whether they did or they don't. They were sent the report and working with the council, they evaluated. I wouldn't like to comment. My understanding of previous how the surveys happened is that they would have visited the site. I wouldn't like to put on record, but I would be surprised if they came to their conclusion without understanding a lot of information, including the site.
Sure, thank you. So, but you're not aware they didn't approach you as applicants saying they were going to go?
No.
Thank you.
No, but all of our surveys have got access to the site, so I wouldn't like to say they didn't, either did they do it, other than they come to the conclusion that they've come to their no objection.
Thank you. And my second question, in his report, the Senior Planning Officer makes a significant amount of weight attaching to the changed plans for landscaping the site and the additional screening that you've put in.
Yes.
Do you think you've gone as far as you can, as far as you should, and as far as any other applicant on a similar site would have done in the UK?
I can tell you from our original plans, we have, I believe, quadrupled the amount of planning and additional hedgerows. And if I look back at the original plans when we originally presented to the council by our design team, this has led to probably, like I say, a fourfold increase in planting, hedgerows, trees that we would have placed for a project of this size, having a number across the UK. So in short, yes, over and above.
Thank you. That was very helpful, Don. It would entirely answer my question. Is there anything else you could do to mitigate the impact of this application on the local area?
No. In terms of, like I said, if I just reiterate, in terms of the flood measures, following the site visit today and we're discussing with my team, we're happy that, well, we understand the drainage and the ditches were a big concern. I understand the challenges, they're not very well maintained at the moment, given the ditches in question will be surrounding within our red line. we are happy and encourage the officers, if it was to be approved, that both the cleaning and the maintenance and annual of the ditches would be conditioned. And we hope that would be over and above its current condition today.
I'm sorry, I just remembered one question, Madam Chairman. I apologise. I understand that the additional landscaping at the end of its reasonable growing period will be a certain height. How much higher will the landscaping be than the panels are?
The trees that are proposed,
Well, I was thinking more of the hedgerows.
the hedgerows are designed, the plants that are proposed as part of the plan would be designed to go high in the backs of the modules, which I believe is 2.8 metres at the back. I would need to refer to my design, but the hedgerows that are proposed and designed that would need to be signed off by the council, and the council's landscaping team would be proposed to disguise the modules.
Okay, I'm not trying to lead you, honestly, but I
No.
thought that the landscaping was about 3 metres.
Yeah, and the backs of the modules are 3.8 at the back. So in short, yes.
So less than a foot high.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Fast.
Thank you, Chair. If I can pursue the flooding aspect a little bit. I represent Polesworth, and we do know a little bit about flooding in Polesworth because we have it from time to time. I've dealt with flooding issues, and often ditch maintenance in the hands of farmers doesn't always go as well as it should do. And yeah, you've seen that. Am I getting it right? Are you saying that the operators of the site will assume responsibility for the maintaining and clearing those ditches, which appear to be tissue?
Yes, 100%, which would be conditioned, which we're proposing and happy to take it by condition. And obviously under the operation of the solar farm being a power plant, takes our responsibility not to break planning conditions for obvious economical reasons very, very seriously.
And that is throughout the duration of the site.
100%.
Thank you.
Councillor Hobley.
Thank you, Chair. It's only a quick one. I appreciate all the information will be in there for a lot, but it keeps popping up, the glint and glare.
Yeah.
Can you just go over that one more time?
So
Is it going to be a problem?
no.
It's not.
There is a substantial amount of solar farms sited beside motorways. I would need to check with my team, but I'm maybe asking the Jeff here. There would have been a glint glare assessment done, and I would imagine highways would have been a statutory consultee. But there's no objections.
Thank you.
Like I said, we site our projects beside railway lines and motorways for the reason that they're of less impact than the actual motorway itself.
Yeah, thank you.
That's all right, Councillor Hobley. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's all right. Are there any other questions from our speakers? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
I will repeat now. So we're going to move into discussion, but I'm going to ask Councillor Wright to speak first as the local member, as he's requested to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak against this proposal for the following reasons. First of all, I disagree with the lead planning officer. I think there is significant, there are the special circumstances for this size of development in the green belt have not been met. This is high-grade agricultural land, and the loss of that will have a serious detrimental impact on the area. I would like to ask the board if they would consider deferring this following the Catherine's from the Flood Group. We've heard that there is no site visit being met, and this is, in my opinion, ludicrous. And desktop exercises for not just flooding but traffic is just wrong. And for again, Mr. Brown said that the local flooding authority of the county got no objection. Well, it won't be the first time they've been wrong. They're particularly useless, in my opinion, and we should seek to listen to local people, the local flood group. They're the ones. We've seen significant increase in flooding in Forlongley since the motorway was turned into a smart motorway. Highways UK said they were going to provide flood alleviation or mitigation measures when they did that, but then they didn't because they ran out of money. And with all due respect to the applicant, you know, in my opinion, again, clearing out the ditches will just make the water flow faster down to the village and flood it even quicker. So, you know, as I say, there is significant harm to the green belt. I don't think the special circumstances outweigh. As I say, I disagree with Mr. Brown on that, and I've asked the board if they would for further reports and analysis to be undertaken.
Very much. To join the discussion. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a couple of questions for the planning officer first, if you don't mind. In his report, the planning officer makes a point that it was of substantial weight that the local lead flood authority had withdrawn its objection. I'd like to ask if the planning office still thinks that it is of substantial weight, given the fact they didn't visit the site before withdrawing their objection.
As I said in the introduction, Madam Chairman, the lead local authority is aware of the situation in Forlongley, and they're aware of the Forlongley flood group, and therefore they know the circumstances in the village, and therefore they took those into account when they considered the application, and therefore withdrew their objection. They do know the site, they do know the situation there, and therefore I still give it substantial weight, as I indicated in the introduction.
Thank you, Chairman. But would you, could I ask the officer, would you really not have expected them, given an application of this magnitude and this importance, not to have visited the site before choosing to withdraw their objection?
That's a matter for the lead local authority, Councillor Simpson. They know the site, they know the village, they know the circumstances, they know the contacts with the Forlongley flood group. So therefore, with that background, I would still give substantial weight to their withdrawal of the objection.
Thank you, Chairman. My final question before I make my other comments is we've heard, and in the report there is substantial credence given to the revised landscaping. I accept there are some trees in there as well. I'm not saying this is entirely trees, but the hedgerows will be, from what I understand, 0.2 of a metre, around a foot in Albany, higher than the solar panels. I'd like to ask Mr. Brown, given the height of the topography around this site, how much difference does he think less than around a foot, 0.2 of a metre, will actually make to the impact that this will have across the site? From the houses that overlook the site on both sides, do you really think that 0.2 of a metre will make any difference?
There's two answers, Madam Chairman. The first is that it's not the intention of the landscaping to completely disguise or screen the site. That's not the purpose of mitigation. That will not be achieved. In fact, that hasn't been achieved on any of the solar sites that we've looked at in the borough. It's to whether or not the landscaping would mitigate it to a degree that the harm would be acceptable. And that's what the policy says. And then the second answer is that I think the length of the hedgerows is far more important than the height. In other words, it's compartmentalising the site, and it's that splitting up of the site which in fact provides the mitigation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a significant planning application for the borough as well as for Forlongley Ward. Make note. I don't seek to hide the fact that I am broadly in favour of solar power and alternative sources of power. The country needs these issues. We are, as a whole, I understand the country is making substantial progress towards reducing its reliance upon fossil fuels and non-environmentally sources of power. Last week, I had solar panels fitted on the part of the roof of my house that I can't see. It's important that we do move in that direction. But there's nothing in the planning policy that says that means you have to accept every application, that every application is acceptable. National Planning Policy Framework, so far as I understand it, says that there has to be very special circumstances if you're going to grant consent in the Greenbelt. So this is not, so far as I understand it, and, Mr. Brown, please tell me if I'm going wrong here, where you have to vote for this, where it is inevitable, if there's an application, that it will become acceptable in planning terms. Paragraph 4.52 makes it clear that the applicant's case has to provide sufficient weight so as to clearly outweigh the cumulative harm caused. And it's important. Can't just about do it. It has to clearly outweigh the harm caused. The reason for my questions to the applicant and to Mr. Brown was I am not in the place where I believe, having read all the papers, having had presentations from the applicant, that I can honestly say I believe this clearly outweighs the potential harm caused. I think the issues in terms of flooding are clear, and they may be possible to be resolved by condition. But frankly, colleagues, I don't think we know that. We're told there was a meeting today, and this is of such importance locally, given the impact of flooding in Forlongley, that I sort of don't want to take that as we'll sort it out afterwards, thank you very much. I'd like certainty on that, and I haven't got it. In terms of the environmental impact, in his initial comments, Mr. Brown said, quite correctly, that size is not a reason for refusal. I completely agree, but impact is. Impact on the greenbelt, impact on the landscape of the area. Those are the issues that we should be considering. So this is difficult, isn't it? We need alternative sources of power, but we don't need it everywhere. We don't need to grant every application if there are genuine areas of harm that are being created. I particularly asked the applicant if there was more they could do. And the answer was no, there isn't any more. But I would actually like us to go through that in a bit further detail and try and understand, is there anything else that could be done to make this application acceptable and to get us to a point where we can all say, or at least a majority of us can say, that the applicant has done sufficient to clearly outweigh the cumulative harm caused. I think that absolutely calls for a deferment so that we can consider those issues in greater detail, both with the local flood group, with the lead authority on flooding, and with the applicant as well as the objectors. So, Madam Chairman, I move deferral for the reasons I've just said.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I've got a few speakers yet, so I've got Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make sure that we do. The applicant has said that they are willing to be bound by condition for the maintenance of the ditches, the streams that cross the site, and I would like to see that enshrined as a condition. Whether we defer or whatever, I think that is an essential part of this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hobley.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I'm sure we all are. We're all aware of the need of alternative power sources, and solar energy obviously is something that's massive at the minute that we're hearing about. My only worry is with deferring this application is that I feel as it's been written and conditions have been put in place, the applicant has done what's been asked to do, and I don't quite understand if it's going to be able to go any further ever. If that makes sense. Sorry, if that makes sense. I don't understand what more they can do. to mitigate the whole application, because there's a lot that's been done, and I just don't understand how it's going to move forward, if that makes sense. But it's not really a question or anything. It's just I just don't even know why I'm saying this. I don't get it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I indeed would like to second and support what Councillor Simpson has said. I've listened to the speakers on the residential side, from Councillor Wright talking about deferment, and it's clear there are still some hurdles to be overcome on this application. And like Councillor Simpson, he knows that I very much like the thought of solar panels and need to move forward in the UK for the obvious reasons. However, I still think that there needs to be a deferment, as Councillor Simpson has alluded to, so we can get clarity on this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Humphreys.
I would like to support what Longley have said. Stating the obvious, water does run downhill. It all ends up in the centre of the village. I've actually been at that village with the lead authority before, where the inundation happens. And there's a lady sat in the background there. She's actually showed me the tide mark where it's gone through her front windows and ended up at, halfway up the wall. It does happen, and anything that might make it worse, I think the lead flood authority needs to go back and have a proper look on site, not do a desktop arrangement. We need to make sure of that. And so I would also support a deferment so that we can fill in the blanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Hayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I too would support a deferment. This really is a very big, very significant application, and I don't really feel comfortable. I've got all the ducks are lined up in a row yet. I think Polongly deserves that certainty that all the information is being gathered and presented is not taking views. Because, as the Chief Planning Officer says, in the end, it's a question of whether, in terms of greenbelt, whether this application can override the presumption against development in the greenbelt. And I'm not there on that yet. I'm absolutely not there on that yet. Because yes, we need to encourage solar energy, but there is a balance in terms of its impact on the landscape and its impact on the local population that live around there. And I guess I've seen cars underwater by the post office in Bologna. What was the post office? The drainage area that causes those flooding goes right back to this area. It isn't just the immediate environment of the village that caused the flooding. As Councillor Humphrey says, water drains downhill, and it's got a long way to go before it gets to the village, but it doesn't get there. So I'm looking for more reassurance in terms of what the flood group have been saying. And I don't quite understand the size not being an issue, because if you're building a building, then size is usually held up as being an issue. This is a huge application. It will be visible from large areas, and that impact, to me, has a key factor on whether this overrides greenbelt considerations or not. So, up to the chase, I support Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Councillor Clues.
Thank you, Chair. I know tonight we're sitting here talking about Longley and the flood, but I think most of the councillors here in all the wards over the last few weeks have suffered the floods, and we've had people on our phone saying about floods. So if by deferring this for another month would give me a bit more confidence and give the councillors and the parish council a little bit more to go into the flooding, then I'd like to support the deferment.
Thank you. Councillor Durden.
Thank you. I've heard a lot of information this evening already. I have to admit that when I arrived here, I wasn't at all sure whether I should support this application or not, because it's very, very difficult to find planning reasons to turn it down. There is a need for electricity to be produced in greener ways. We're told that we need to have this. It is important. We've declared climate emergency. What are we actually doing about it? So I was a little bit unsure. I think what has convinced me not to support the application for tonight is the fact that I can't be absolutely certain that for an application that is as large and as important as this one, that the lead local flood authority has not actually sat down at the site with the company that is applying for it and the local flood group and actually gone through it properly. Because as it has been said, you can't do it all on a desktop or even from memory because things change. And I know that the weather conditions that we've been having have changed the pattern of flooding in Pembrokeshire and continue to do so because of the debris and the silt that is washed down when we have downpours like this. So I would also support what is being suggested as a deferment so that that can actually happen before this is determined. Thank you.
Councillor Wattle.
Thanks, Chair. Just to echo something that Councillor Dervick said, as a resident and councillor at Holsworth, Councillor Parsons mentioned earlier that it's not our first rodeo when it comes to floods. And one of the frustrating statements that we've had to endure is they haven't visited, but it's not a flood area. And that really sickens me that people make these decisions based on what they think is going on locally. So I again would support, I'm not against the idea of solar panels at all, but I think we owe it to the residents of any of the wards in the borough to do a thorough due diligence of everything that we need to get on paper properly with proper site visits from the people that matter, and then make that decision based on facts rather than what they assume from desktops. So again, I'm not dissing the idea of the solar, but I think we owe it to the residents to make sure that we, as a council, have provided them with all the information that we can do before the decision is made. So I would support the deferment.
Thank you. Have I got any more speakers on this? Oh, Councillor Parsons.
No, I've already spoken once, I know, but with your indulgence, Chair. I mean, yes, I'm inclined to agree, absolutely. What I would like, though, is to move from the anecdotal to the, to the certain. And I appreciate what Mr. Brown has told us, but I think we need to know exactly when visits occur, exactly what their conclusions are. And so what I'm asking for is some pretty rigorous detailing of the evidence, essentially, which I feel tonight we don't know whether these people have visited or whether they haven't. We need to know that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, in which case I've got a proposal by Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Fowler, that we defer this application in order that we can look further into the flooding issues. From Councillor Parsons' words, we can get some more definitive evidence about why decisions have been taken, and also to look at any wider mitigation issues that can be put in place in terms of this application. So if the proposer's content with that description, then we'll move to the vote. So we're voting on whether we should defer this application. Those in favour, please show. And those against? Any abstentions? Very much that application is deferred. I'll now hand back over to the chair. While he's taking his position, those people who come specifically to that application, of course, you're very, very welcome to stay for the whole meeting. But if you wish to leave, please do so. You can stay.
Yes.
Thanks very
Thank you, members, and very much thank you, Councillor Bell. Members, I'd like to move on to application number 663 for land to the northeast of Junction 10 on the M42 and A5 at Wilton. Members, you will be aware, in front of you on your desks is a supplementary report. Now, this only arrived earlier this afternoon, I think, on your computers and before you tonight. Can I just check that everyone has had an opportunity to fully read and understand this? Because if not, then I think we should defer for 5 minutes, give you a chance to do so.
Chair, I would say I tried to read it while the meeting was going on, so I only saw it tonight.
Thank you. So,
I would like 5 minutes, Chair.
thank you, members. So, apologies for the further bit of delay, but I think it is important that we're all aware of the details. So, we'll defer for 5 minutes or so, and then we'll re-engage. Thank you, everyone. Can I check now you've all had the opportunity to read the supplementary report? Thank you very much. So, members, we have two speakers on this application, Mr. John Winter and Amelia Spilsbury. If you would both take the speaker's chair whilst Mr. Brown introduces his report.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As on the previous case, I don't intend to go through the main report again. Members have had it, and obviously you clearly read that. I will just run through a few slides because they illustrate some of the points made in the report, and also the applicant's case as well. Members, this is the site. The red line is the application site between Birchmoor, the A5 and the M42. And the blue land is other land which is in the applicant's control, stretching across the Dordon along the whole length of the north side of the A5. Sorry. Here you have again those two lines, the red line and the blue line. The shaded land, or the shaded coloured land on the right-hand side within the blue area is the additional planting and landscaping and mitigation measures that are proposed off-site. As you can see, they're not in the red line. Parameters plan, members will be familiar with the parameters plan, and this is the general layout which is being proposed for the site, as you can see there. The plots are referred to in the report, the one at the front, the smaller ones at the back, and then one on the right-hand side there, as you can see, with access off the A5. Elevations, cross sections, again, as you can see here. These are replicated in the report for you. Again, from different angles. These are some of the footpath connections that you can see that are referred to in the report, and also improvements along the A5, which is suggested in the report by the applicant. And these are the access arrangements actually onto the A5 itself. And as you can see, that refers to the comment in the report about the signalised traffic junction. And again, more detail, which again is referred to in the report. I'll go back, Mr. Chairman, to the application site, and I'll leave that one up. I'll leave that one. As you're aware, there's a supplementary report being circulated. This was in response to an applicant's note which came in on Friday afternoon, referring to several matters in the report, the main report that you had in front of you, and that required a response. And as you can see, that is now in front of you. Just to take a step backwards, as the main report indicates, this application has not been determined by this authority. An appeal against its non-determination has been lodged with the Secretary of State, and he will now determine the application via a public inquiry in front of a planning inspector, and that will be held in June in this building, in fact, in this room. So therefore, that's the reason why the recommendation is slightly different, Mr. Chairman, to either a straightforward refusal or approval. It's as if we had been the determining authority. And that's important because the Secretary of State wants to know what the position is of this council at inquiry. So that sets that out. In terms of the supplementary, then there are two main areas. First of all, the proposal itself, and then some clarifications. As you can see from the supplementary report in section 2, whilst the main report indicated that there was support for the applicant's case in terms of the economic background, he's asked that the full set of benefits be made far more explicit. And I've done so in 2.21, where he is saying that this is a highly sustainable and to be the greenest business park in the West Midlands. And he draws evidence based on that from submitted documentation, which is all available publicly. And as a consequence of that, he considers the proposal would accord with 2 or 3 of the local plan policies, which are actually indicated there in the report. More detail is supplied in 2.22 in terms of jobs in construction phase and over 2,000 once operational. Gross value added is indicated there, and also some environmental benefits being net zero, the 9 hectares of open space and the biodiversity net gain. And basically the applicant is saying there that would support, that would accord with local plan policy LP11, which basically supports diversification of the employment base in the borough. He refers to the being rail served because of the proximity to the Birch Coppice rail terminal on the other side of the A5, and therefore to some other supporting documents which you can see are outlined there. As you can see, there are 4 or 5 which are mentioned there. In terms of clarifications, but I won't go through these, Mr. Chairman, but members will have read them. That something to do with the distance, the actual distance of the footway and cycleway, and the fact that the applicant is saying that the reach, if I can put it that way, of electric charging ports will be 20%, possibly rising to 100%, as you can see there from the final sentence of that paragraph. There's then reference to the strategic gap. The applicant talks about the drop in the slope from the north to the south. Members that went on the site visit would have seen that, and local members be aware of that particular general topographical circumstance as they know that. He takes issue with the fact that the report says that the proposal will close the gap. He considers that the proposal will reduce the gap, and therefore he's outlined that there will still be 775 metres between the edge of Dordon and the eastern edge of the proposed built form. And then it talks about the St Modern appeal decision on the other side of the road. There's a reference in that in the main report, and he's asked that the full sentence be reported to you, and I've done so there in 3.3. And then the third group of comments on highway matters, some corrections to the report. Clearly the modelling is, as is indicated there in paragraph 3.4. Staffordshire County Council has no objection, and the applicant remains engaged with, particularly with National Highways. In terms of our observations then, Mr. Chairman, if I take the highways ones first, I've made reference in 4.2 to the actual letter from National Highways in full, so that you can see National Highways' position. It is true that there is engagement continuing between the 3 local authorities, three highway authorities, the applicant and officers from this council. But you can see that the National Highways' latest objection, which is holding objection, which is referred to in Appendix N. Whilst Staffordshire County Council's position is noted, the relevant highway authority for the axis is on the A5, and therefore let's go National Highways here, which takes preference in terms of the importance of the response. And then at the bottom there are some other issues which the notice raised, and particularly in respect of whether there's an immediate need in terms of this particular proposal. And then, Mr. Chairman, what I've indicated there is, in light of the information that we've received in the supplementary report, it's open to you, perfectly open to you, to reassess the balance which is set out in my report, and reevaluate that to see whether or not you consider that the arguments in the case put forward by the applicants in the supplementary report outweighs any harms that you're aware of. Officers would not change the recommendation, for the reason which is outlined there in the paragraph, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Before I go to our speakers, in paragraph 1.3 of your report, you refer to the second replica application, number 24. Could you give members some guidance as to the relative standing of the 2 applications, given that we are asked to determine one, and as you say, that there's almost a parallel issue? Do we need to refer to both or not in this? You know, I'm aware that you're still consulting on the second application, but given that that was an application to this authority as well, how do we go about determining that?
That will take its time, Mr. Chairman. We deal with that at a later stage. The sole purpose of tonight is to come to a position on the application which has been referred to the Secretary of State, and that is where that's where the focus of the debate should be.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. So, Mr. Winter and Mr. Spilsbury, welcome to the council house.
Thank you for letting me speak, Mr. Chairman.
Particularly welcome to you reappearing at planning board and in the council chamber. It's been a long time since you sat on these benches.
Yeah.
I'll hand over now. Ms. Ryan will explain the rules on public speaking to you.
There's 3 minutes for both of you. So could you, have you discussed how that's going to be allocated between the two of you?
I'm speaking first.
Yeah.
I'll speak first, but I'll be quick.
Okay. Do you want me to tell you when there's 1 minute left?
You can't do it, but hopefully I'll be finished by then.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I'll stop the clock when you stop speaking.
Right. I'm John Winter, Dorden Parish Council, I'm representing. As you know, we've just done a neighbourhood plan because it's a plastic. The people of Dorden have voted on it and passed it. And in our neighbourhood plan, one of the policies is to protect the gap. And in your local plan, it's also there to say protect the gap. And also the pollution factor in Dorden is higher than government standards now, without all this happening. And that thing is just as that, where supplement, Dorden Parish Council saying nothing of this, so we know nothing about what this is just comes through. So we're urging you to refuse it. Thank you.
Hello, I first want to start by thanking Chair for this opportunity to speak. My name is Amelia Spilsbury and I speak as both a resident of Polesworth and 14-year-old junior Polesworth Parish Councillor. As you all are aware, an application for a lorry park and industrial units has been put through and as we speak considered. This will affect all of us as residents of Dorden, Polesworth and Birchmoor with noise, air pollution and our individual identity. The placement of the lorry park and industrial units will not only have major implications to both Polesworth School and Birchwood Primary School, but will no longer separate Tamworth from the villages, making all of us one and ruining our identity as villagers. Mine and future generations' health and well-being will be deeply affected by this and deserve your deep consideration to preserve our home. I urge you as a council to adhere to the local plan and Dorden's neighbourhood plan that has been adopted. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. I have to say, I was amazed, Mr. Winter, that you were as short as you were, and actually both that you finished within time. Members, does anyone have any questions for our speakers? No, in that case, thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, members, who would like to speak first? Councillor Meager.
Yes. I would like to propose that we refuse this application. As you all are aware, Dorden Parish Council prepared a neighbourhood plan and consulted over 6 years with their residents. The plan went to a referendum at the end of 2023 and was voted through by the community. It has been adapted by this council. The neighbourhood plan aligns with the North Warwickshire Borough Council's plan, which aims to retain the strategic gap through the policy LP4. There has always been a desire to keep Dorden separate from Tamworth and avoid coalition. It is significant that it creates a sense of leaving one area and entering another. North Warwickshire is a rural borough. 3/4 of it is in the green belt, which is important to the policies of the council, as well as the heart and minds of its residents. North of the A5, Dorden and Polesworth are afforded protection from the Tamworth urbanation by the strategic gap. I do not believe the weight of evidence for the strategic site, such as the one proposed, outweighs the importance of the protection for Dorden, Birchmoor and Polesworth via the strategic gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wattle.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair, for letting me speak. I'm not normally on this committee, but in the 11th hour I've substituted. So I've got my speech ready to say thank you for letting me speak, actually. So I will continue on that vein. I'm not a member of this board, but I do have, I felt that I've really been enveloped in this application for some weeks now. I'm a borough councillor for Polesworth West, which includes Birchmoor, and I'm also the chair of Polesworth Parish Council, which again covers Birchmoor. So I'm going to focus a little bit on Birchmoor, although I'm a resident of Polesworth myself, but I think it's really important that people here in the council understand Birchmoor is a small village, a hamlet, if you will. And the definition is very much in keeping with the historic values that it holds. I'm going to give you a little bit of history on Birchmoor because I think it's important that you understand this before you make any decisions. Birchmoor's main claim to fame is the fact that Joseph Gilliver came from there. He was a breeder of fighting cocks and was the cockmaster to both King George III and IV. He named the area Cockspur, a name by which it was known until quite recently. There is a public house in Birchmoor named the Gamecock Inn, which refers to this part of the history of Birchmoor and may predate Gilliver's time. The main change at Birchmoor came with the sinking of the mine shaft, which was off at the Hermitage Lane between the Tamworth Road and present-day Birchmoor itself. This was originally called the Cockspur Mine. The seams were evacuated under the Watling Street and led to the closing of the shaft in Birchmoor and the opening of the new one, named Birch Coppice, across the Watling Street, and this was to be closer to the richer coal seams. New houses for the miners were built along New Street in the 1800s, thus demonstrating the importance of preserving the village's integrity and the adjacent fields that the miners would have walked to get across to the Birch Coppice mine. And this is the area that we're talking about. So I think from the residents talk to me all the time about the importance of preserving their historic pathways and in support of the miners. Now, bearing in mind, the miners played a big part in the World War II particularly. So I think we ought to honour our historic pasts. I'm objecting to the proposal for the following. The green spaces that circumvent are essential in keeping the boundaries of Birchmoor distinct, especially as the M42 construction had divided a small part of the village and the HS2 buildings have caused some disruption. Birchmoor feels very much like, to quote, "We have been done to enough." And I think that resonates through to Polesworth and Dordon as well. The local plan talks of the need to maintain the meaningful gap. I make reference to 3.3 on the amendment that we've seen here, where the quotation, I consider that by the reason of the large area of farm, and that one, I won't read it out, but my understanding is there's a further part to that St Modwen's Inspectorate also claimed that this was not to set a precedent. So that's important to add that part too. I currently sit on the Community and Environment Board at North Warwickshire Borough Council. I'm therefore already deeply concerned by the levels of pollution on the A5 in particular. Sorry, I thought you were...
Sorry, no, we're supposed to let me know they wanted to speak after you.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you were stopping me.
No, sorry.
I'm therefore deeply concerned by the levels of pollution that's already been alluded to on the A5 in particular. We have pushed for Polesworth, Dordon and Birchmoor to be prioritised for more pollution monitors ASAP. It is obvious that if this proposed site was to be granted permission, there will be an increase in air pollution due to the number of lorries which are likely to use this development. I note that there's been a push to show more of the environmental benefits. I don't know how this can be assumed that all the lorries will be green. How can there be an assumption that all the lorries that utilise this area or any of the traffic that comes in here are green transport? I mean, it's just ludicrous in my eyes. With rates above the accepted levels, the proposal will only contribute to further insult. There can be no guarantee of these vehicles utilised in the park being electric. As I've said, the refrigeration lorries will have to be running all of the time whilst parked up, and the noise this will generate, despite any attempts to buffer, will be intolerable for our residents. In the latest lorry park demand assessment, the Department for Transport does not cite anywhere in North Warwickshire as an area in need for a lorry park. So we don't want it in our backyard, thank you very much, in our little hamlet. Whilst I understand that better facilities are required for lorry drivers, the area already has issues with traffic, and this will only worsen with the two large housing developments planned in Polesworth, Dordon and Roby's Lane. We have already raised our concerns that this will be beyond devastating for our residents. A lorry park will encourage even more traffic in that area. There are many natural springs and old mine shafts, as I've talked about, in the area. A hard standing surface of this nature proposed will only further push this water towards either the village or the A5, neither of which is desirable. It has to go somewhere, it's water. This will contribute to the already concerning flooding that is now worsening in our areas. Local bird watchers and nature watchers have also mentioned a wealth of different protected and endangered species that are occupying that area. I won't list them, but I'm sure you can find that out at a later date. There is also already a problem with additional traffic, as I said, coming through the village. We already see that due to people's out-of-date sat-navs, which is incorrectly directing them through the village. This has been raised with the county councillor already, but no suitable resolution has yet been found. Crime figures reported for the M42 Junction 10 service station are already concerning. The majority of the reported crimes are associated with targeting lorries. This will only be exacerbated if the lorry park was to be granted. The residents are also worried that the obvious place to go for criminals trying to escape would be our village, the backyard of this proposal, thus attracting potentially more criminal activity in the village. Employment, now that's an interesting one, because there's already many unfilled vacancies in similar types of lower paid employment. Residents are already concerned when we consulted them for our neighbourhood plan, which is being looked at the moment. It's not yet adopted. But when we surveyed our residents, one of the things that they were concerned with, that there seems to be lots of vacancies in that area, and it doesn't match the sort of type of houses that will be built on the developments. Thus, if you think it through, the people that will be buying the houses won't be working in those jobs. That will create more traffic, and therefore the people that are coming to fill these vacancies will be coming in from other areas, creating more traffic. You can see where I'm going there. So there's currently a need to bus workers in to Birch Coppice and Core 42 from areas such as Birmingham and Wolverhampton to fill the vacancies that are already there. So we don't need similar jobs in that way. The new proposed housing development in Dawn and Polesworth will have these houses, as I've explained, and therefore this is not an attractive solution, but further contributes to the aforementioned traffic and pollution problems. A lorry park and industrial units can be pretty much built anywhere, but as my councillor colleague, Councillor Osborne, stated, there's only one strategic gap. Once that's breached, it's breached forever. So, from my point of view and my residents, I speak on behalf of them, once we merge into one with Tamworth, we will become the size of a city and lose the village's identities. This cannot be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hayfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wattles. That was interesting, particularly with the mind boggles about the cockfighting and the cockgrass. There's so much I could say that it would be
have to get that into the council chamber.
What I will do is I will second my colleague here's refusal for this application. Fundamentally, I think, as the officers are talking about in their supplemental report, the balance is shifted in my mind, and I think the application does not outweigh the damage to the meaningful gap here, and I absolutely understand why it's necessary for communities to keep their own identity, and part of that own identity is that separation, that spatial separation, particularly when an ever-expanding conurbation on the side. So, yes, in not so many words, I support refusal of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. I should say I am a member of Polesworth Parish Council, but unlike Councillor Wattles, I knew I sit on planning, so I knew I was going to be here. So I have not spoken on this issue at Polesworth Parish Council. Polesworth Parish Council has objected and either spoke on the matter or indeed voted on the matter. I'm kept out of all that. I have attended meetings, public meetings, to observe the reactions of residents. I've done that this evening. And I've answered questions on process where I've been asked, but nothing, to the best of my ability anyway. And that is as far as I've gone. I would like to congratulate the speakers that have spoken so far on this, particularly our two visiting speakers and the young lady from our youth council, who I think acquitted herself enormously well. Yes, so what are my concerns here? And they are very real. The case for the meaningful gap is put clearly, positively and eloquently in LP4. You know, it's quite clear that there should be a discernible gap as you pass from one community to another. That is not an unreasonable request. It's a part of preserving the identity of these communities, which comes through very clearly in Dordon's neighbourhood plan. Holsworth's neighbourhood plan has been submitted. It hasn't been passed yet, but in all our consultations, this has been very clearly stated by the residents that they want their communities to have their individual identities. This is absolutely vital. And once the strategic gap is breached, I do honestly believe it's gone. I mean, I note in the supplementary material here that we have a comment from the applicant they're reducing the meaningful gap in this application, not closing it. They point to the fact that it's 775 metres between the edge of Dordon and this development. That may well be the case. They don't mention that it's actually 75 metres from Birchmoor, and actually that the perimeter of this development is 20 metres from Birchmoor. That, to my mind, is a closure of the gap. And I think if you look at the plans, you can see that very, very clearly. They also mention in this comment that the proposal will be rail served due to close proximity to the Birch Coppice rail terminal. Well, I have to take issue with that. The rail terminal is on the other side of the A5. So how is the material that goes to the rail terminal and comes from the rail terminal, how is it magically going to be transported across this incredibly busy stretch of road with this roundabout? Now, it's not going to fly across. It's not going to, go underneath. It's going to go by road across a very busy stretch of this already overcrowded road. I honestly can't see that the rail service here actually does this application any benefit at all. It actually causes problems, in my view, for the users of the A5 in these communities. Essentially, the meaningful gap is important, the strategic gap, I should say, to the residents of this area. It's fundamental to what they believe are their communities, the reasons they came there, the reasons they lived there, and actually this application is damaging in every respect to that situation. No alternatives have been looked at. This is, yes, it's, a well thought out application. I'm not suggesting there isn't. However, it's in the meaningful gap where it should not be. And the reasons for that are clear and evident. I would urge that we refuse this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parsons. Does anyone else wish to speak? Ms. Brown, anything before we conclude? No. So, members, the application has been proposed and seconded for refusal on the basis of the recommendation of the programme before you. Can I see all those in favour of refusal? And any against? And those abstaining? Then that application is approved. Members, we'll now go back to the agenda that's printed, and we will give members of the public an opportunity to leave us. So, members, we'll move on to application number 606 for 22 Littleton. We have one speaker, Mr. James Beamish, I think, who is joining us on Teams. That's right, Mr. Beamish, are you? I can see you there. Thank you.
I am here, yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So we'll have Mr. Brown introduce his report, and then we'll call you in. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just go through the plans. This has been to you several times before. As you can see from the report, it was being deferred. The site plan there is, as you can see, the house edged in red on the north side of Church Lane. This is the original proposal that came in for the annex at the back, to the back of property number 22, as you can see there. And that was the elevation and floor plan that came in with the original application. Elevations again. This is the current change. As you can see, the building is smaller. It's on the same footprint of an existing shed, and you can see the elevations that are attached there. I'll just leave that one on, Mr. Chairman. There's been reconsultation on this, as you can see from the report. Whilst the report indicates there were 3 representations, that is now increased to 10 since the publication of the report, and the matters raised all refer to the bullet points that have already been referred to in that particular paragraph. I've responded to those, Mr. Chairman, in the observation section, which still leads me to recommend a planning petition be granted.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Beamish, welcome to the meeting. As you might have guessed by now, Mrs. Ryan will explain the rules on public speaking to you, so I'll hand over to her.
Hello, Mr. Beamish. Yes, you've got 3 minutes to speak, and I will set the clock when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and councillors. So I live at 26 Church Lane, and I'm speaking today on behalf of a number of residents in the village. Now, while we accept, obviously, there is a need for this premise for the gentleman in question that I think is going to live in this outbuilding. On the planning application, it was stated that an extension couldn't possibly be done because it would mean moving the gas supply, and in Middleton we don't have mains gas. This has actually now been done by yourselves with a brick building put around it. So that clearly wasn't properly investigated or properly looked at. There was also a mention of a loft conversion. And the response to that was the family would have to move out. Well, with loft conversions, that isn't the case at all. So again, that hasn't been properly investigated or looked at by the planning board, by Angela in this case. Since previous applications have had objections to them as well, there has been issues in the village with regards to parking. The occupants of the property seem to have taken offence to people objecting and have parked numerous vehicles in front of people's houses, which has actually led to one accident already on Church Lane, where parking is limited. There's also been, I think, some issues around behaviour with regards to people being, spoken to rudely and sworn at because they've objected. Is a house, a 4-bed house with 8 adults living in it, really fit for purpose? Or should this planning board actually try and find this family a more suitable home that's actually going to be better for them in the long run? Maybe somewhere where there's public transport, because again, we don't have that in this village. Or if not, then why can a normal extension not be put on the back of that house for them? It doesn't make sense to be building an annex when actually the reasons for not doing an extension or loft conversion aren't valid.
Minute left.
So I think those are the things that need to be taken in consideration. I think also if you know you are going to go ahead with this, then you need to possibly look at also adding a driveway to that property. Parking is a real problem at the moment. Other properties that are owned by yourselves have had requests to put driveways in refused because of funding, but yet there is funding for this, which again is a big concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beamish. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker? There are no questions, Mr. Beamish, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown, before I open the conversation to members, do you have any responses to the items raised by Mr. Beamish? Is there anything you would like to add to your report that you don't think was covered?
No, Mr. Chairman, I mean, there's several bullet points there on the observations paragraph, which are responded to the matters. This is not an independent living unit, so therefore we cannot ask for additional parking spaces. And perhaps the most important one is the fallback position of permitted development. As we indicate here, a building of this size with just less height by 0.5 of a metre could actually be granted, could actually be constructed here without the need for a planning application. So the impact is basically a question of that half metre. In terms of the design, and I've indicated here, I appreciate its flat roof, but if you put a pitch roof on, then there in fact will be a greater impact on the amenities of the next door neighbours, particularly as you saw from the plans. The site is hard up against an existing boundary.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I take your point that we can't require parking, but we could ask that the applicant consider. Members, who would like to speak first, or Councillor Hayfield?
Well, we've seen this application in different forms several times. This one is different. It's smaller, and I think we have to make a decision. My decision is to move the recommendation for approval being given.
Thank you. Councillor Holby?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons?
Yeah, no, I'd like to start speaking in support of that. We have kicked this around for long enough, in my view. I think we do have to come to a decision. I think also an important consideration here is that this structure is being put for a particular need, for a particular volume, as it were, and the, as I understand it, the occupancy of this this structure, once ended by the individual it's designed for, means that the structure comes down effectively, and therefore, you know, isn't a permanent structure as such, and isn't going to be a permanent feature there. That there is a need. I can't actually see a planning reason for not approving it, so I support Councillor Hayfield's position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, could you just clarify, is this a permanent structure or temporary?
It's a permanent structure, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry. Members, would anyone else wish to speak? In which case the proposal has been made that permission be granted. Can I see those in favour? And those against? Any abstentions? So that application is carried and planning permission is granted. We move on to application number 56 for land at the junction of Litchfield Road, Watton Lane, Waterwatton. Mr. Brown, anything to add to your report?
No, Mr. Chairman. Again, like the last item, this has been reported to you once before. The board invited the applicant to look at on-site provision rather than off-site landscaping provision. They've done so. Section 106 is therefore done away with and replaced by a condition. And as you can see, the county ecologist is satisfied with provision on site.
Thank you very much. Members? Councillor Derrick?
I would like to propose that we accept this. As Mr. Brown has already said, we've asked the applicant to go away and have a look at it again. He has done all the things that were asked and possibly more.
Thank you. Not sure who's first. Councillor John.
I'd to echo what Councillor Dervick said. Got away, they've done what was asked for, and I'd like to second the supporting of granting the application.
Thank you much. Councillor Hayfield.
Thirding it.
Thank you. Members, any other comments? In which case it's been proposed and seconded that permission be granted. I see those in favour. And those against? No abstentions? And permission is granted. The next item is application number 439 for land between Holmfield and Oakley Bennett Road, north of Crawley. Mr. Bradley has indicated he'd like to speak. If you take the chair, Mr. Bradley, while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Again, Mr. Chairman, this application, but similar proposals have been reported to you before, and the report indicates that. If I can just go to the current slides. The application site there is a red. Holmfield, which is referred to in the report, is the shaded blue area, and you can see Bennett Road North there on the left-hand side and also on the right-hand side. The proposed bungalow, as you can see there, would be centrally sited in the forward part of the site. Elevations, which are described in the committee report in front of you. In terms of this particular application, Mr. Chairman, it's been reported to you because of the planning history of the site. You'll see that under the background section and the references in the observations report. Officers consider that there's been no material change in circumstance, either in terms of physically on the site or indeed under the contemporary development plan, and therefore the recommendation is one for refusal.
Thank you. Mr. Bradley, welcome back to the council.
Thank you.
I'm sure it will come as no surprise to you that Mrs. Ryan will explain the rules on public speaking.
I will indeed. You have 3 minutes to speak. I'll start the clock when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members. Firstly, I would like to say there has been a material change in the planning application since it was refused previously. The council can show a 5-year housing supply, but cannot show they have conformed with the Self-Build, Custom-Build, House-Build Land Duty Act 2015. Relevant authorities must give suitable development permission to enough self-build in their area. The level of demand is how many people are on the self-build register in their area. As of January this year, there are 41 people on the register. I am one of those. Since the start of 2016, the council has only permissioned one self-build and one custom build in their area. The planning department does have a long-term strategy. 2 sites for self-build have been identified, H1 in Athelston and H5 in Tamworth. But these have not been developed and are for the long term. This means the council is not meeting its obligation with the Self-Build Act 2015. I have an email from the forward planning team, which came via Mr. Brown, by Mike Dittman, who says the sites H1 and H4 are sites within a large development areas close to existing settlements and are unlikely to fulfill or satisfy the demands and expectations of many people on the list. People on the list require more rural, open countryside or small villages and green belt locations. This shows that even the council's own forward planning team admits it's not fulfilling its obligation under the Self-Build Act of 2015.
1 minute left.
I would like to say I have enhanced the site with my tree and bush planting, which there are pictures in the application. I've planted over 100 trees. They're over 4 meters high, and it shields the openness of the green belt around the site. Mr. Brown said significant weight can be given earlier to the solar farm because of the landscaping. The National Planning Policy Framework says local communities are at the heart of the planning system. The local parish council, Corley, fully supports my application, and so do all the neighbours. There has been no objections. It's only the one policy, openness, that the council says is stopping my development. As explained, the landscaping protects the openness of the green belt, which all the pictures have been shown earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. Members, do you have any questions for our speakers? Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Brown, before we move into debate, I'd just like to understand a little bit more what our policy on self-build says and how we are meeting it. I think that was a fairly important point that was just made. So can you give us some more information in that regard?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. It is outlined a little bit in the report, and in fact it was in some of the appeal decisions that have gone in the past as well. It's true that there's a register and we have to keep the register, but Mr. Dudley indicated in his introduction, he used the word suitable, has to be a suitable site. This is not a suitable site, it's in the green belt. The presumption is against development, and 2 inspectors have agreed with that particular conclusion. Quite convincingly, this site will affect the openness and harm the openness of the green belt. That's the reason why it's not suitable. If it was, then the recommendation may very well be different, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Members? Anyone like Councillor Cruz?
Thank you, Chair. I think Mr. Brown's actually answered it by the word suitable, because what I was going to ask was this self-beating bill 41H1H5 doesn't outweigh the green belt, but I think they've already answered it by the word suitable. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a proposal? Councillor Humphries?
The proposal as written in the report.
Thank you. So a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bates. Can I see those in favour of the recommendation? So I should clarify the recommendation is that consent is refused. Can I see those in favour of refusing the planning consent? And those against? And any abstention? Thank you. That the decision was clear. Planning consent is refused. Members, we now move to application 110 for Millfield Farm, Mill Lane, Phenomenally. Helen Lazenby has indicated she'd like to speak, so Ms. Lazenby, if you take the speaker's chair, while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just run through the slides first. The site there is outlined in red off Mill Lane. The Coventry Road north of that, and the other buildings there on the left-hand side of the red line are the agricultural buildings which are referred to in the report, and that is the proposed building which you can see on the slide there. Members will have received over the weekend or just the end of last week an email from ourselves including a significant amount of I'll start again, Mr. Chairman. A significant amount of information which was submitted with the planning application, and the applicant has asked that be circulated to you. That includes a business plan, it includes the agricultural case, and includes rebuttals of our own agricultural consultant's advice. And that was circulated to you at the end of last week. I'm hopefully, and there's been enough time for members just to look at that in any event. To a certain extent, it's summarised in the report, but I understand clearly that the applicant wishes you to have the actual original information, and that's certainly correct. The key issue here, Mr. Chairman, as you can see, is whether it's essential for someone to live at this site based on an agricultural basis. And the policies, as you can see, basically say live at or close by or nearby to the site, and it's the nearby issue which has caused the concern here, given the close proximity of the existing dwellings on the holding.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Members, can I just check that you all had the email from Ms. Brown and the opportunity to look at the additional? No, thank you. Ms. Lazenby, welcome to the council. Welcome to the meeting. Just for a change, Mrs. Ryan will now explain the rules on public speaking.
Yes, you have 3 minutes. I'll start the clock when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you. My name is Helen Lazenby. I am the planning consultant representing the applicants. The application has been submitted on behalf of Martin and Mark Peebles, who are father and son and farm partners. The Peebles family have been in the village of Forlongley for nearly 100 years, and recently Mark has wanted to continue the family's farming legacy and so has developed a new livestock business rearing very, very young and vulnerable animals in barns at the application site. However, he cannot take the next step to develop the business any further until he can live there. Right now, today, there are 150 orphan lambs, many just a couple of days old, 85 billy goat kids and 25 calves in the barns. Typically, these numbers will increase significantly over the summer months. In addition, there are breeding ewes, lambs at foot and other weaned calves in the immediate vicinity. The agricultural appraisal that you've seen explains the wide-ranging and frequent emergency issues that crop up when such large numbers of very young animals are kept. Many of these issues must be dealt with at night time, and all of them require an instant response. Although Mark currently lives nearby, the house is not owned by him and it's not linked to the farm business. Most importantly, though, it's simply not near enough to the site. This is because from this property, Mark cannot hear an animal in distress. He cannot deter animal predators. There is no on-site presence to prevent trespass, and he cannot respond quickly enough to any emergency alert when taking into account waking, dressing, driving, unlocking gates, and assessing what needs doing, and then also allowing for poor weather conditions. As a result, not only have there been numerous avoidable losses of livestock, raising animal welfare and profitability issues, it is very clear that he needs to live on the site to be able to develop the business any further. Having a dwelling is therefore not just a convenience, it is essential to support this farming system. In granting permission, councillors can be confident that the planning tests for a temporary rural workers dwelling are met, and that this significantly outweighs any greenbelt impact. You can also be confident that this permission is solely to give Mark a trial period to test his business plan. It is only if his targets are met that a dwelling can remain on the site in 3 years' time. Mark is a young farmer who has the skills, resources and proven commitment to develop a successful long-term livestock rearing business. This family is passionate about keeping land for the purpose of farming and is keen to promote agricultural job opportunities in the community. At a time when the farming industry is experiencing a range of economic challenges and when the number of young people getting into farming is rapidly declining, we are of the opinion that he should be given every opportunity to succeed, and hope that you would agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Councillor Cruz?
Thank you, Chair. You started your sentence really off with vulnerable lambs and orphan billy goats, but then you went on to the business. So they are actually reared, these orphan lambs and the billy goats, as a business for them to be sold on meat. Is that right? Like a proper business working farm?
That's right. The orphan lambs come in from outside, and the billy goat kids come in from outside as well. So they are reared on them for meat.
Yeah. As a business.
As a business, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis?
It's not very simple. Is this a permanent development or a temporary development? You alluded to 3 years.
Yes, it's an application for temporary planning permission to support a 3-year business plan. If the business plan succeeds, then a second application would have to be made to the council to make accommodation at the site permanent. So the council would have an opportunity to consider and test the business plan after a 3-year period.
Yeah.
Any other questions, members? I just have a couple, if you don't mind. You mentioned in your comments that some animals had died in recent times. Can you give us some more information over how many animals have died and how many would have ordinarily been expected to have died in that period?
The information that I have from discussions with my client is that in the past year or so, they've lost around 20 or so animals from circumstances that may otherwise have been avoidable if someone had been on site. The value of that could be in the low thousands to the business itself.
And thank you. How many would you have ordinarily expected that to happen?
5 or 6.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Yep, thank you very much. So, who would like to start the discussion? Members, if you'll forgive me, I won't vacate the chair because my comments will be fairly short and to the point. I am aware of this particular farming enterprise. I know the valuable work that he's done, and I think there is pretty much a reasonable case here for the need for livestock security. So I'm personally persuaded of that. So I would move that permission is granted. Councillor Hayden.
Likewise, Chair, I'm aware of the family, although I don't believe it's to the extent that I need to declare an interest in it. Long-term farmers in the village, farming is pretty sticky at the best of times. I notice Forlongley Parish Council has no objection, and I have sympathy with it. So if you propose that we do grant consent, I would second that. I understand why there's a whole series of arguments against it, but that's not pretty soft-hearted tonight.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. I've heard what the Sergeant Councillor Hayfield has said. However, again, from this report, it is within the green belt, and officers have alluded to inappropriate development here. So I have one great concern about it being in there. They've talked about it visually standing proud, and also looking at the report from the officers. I also note that it actually does not demonstrate the satisfaction of the local planning authority, and also the policies therein. So therefore, similar to Mr. Chairman, I think we would call an alpaca application in the green belt, and that was similarly refused. And I think the last application was the same situation in the green belt. So I'm one to be against that, and I would support refusal of this application.
Thank you very much. Is there a second for Councillor Farmer's proposal? Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll certainly support that. As you say, I would be hypocritical if I didn't. And but I know each matter is judged on its own merit. And as I say, I've read the report, and I'm in agreement with the Councillor Fowler that I don't think this merits support.
Thank you. Councillor.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out 2.3 here. It says that the family is living just over a kilometre away. Well, on many farms, that's 2 fields. It could be within the actual property and still be that far away from it. So I support Councillor Fowler's proposal.
Thank you. Would anyone else wish to speak? Members, essentially you have 2 proposals, Councillor Hayfield and myself granting permission, and one that recommends refusal of into the programme. As they're essentially the opposite of each other. If you don't mind, we'll take refusal first, because I'm sure Mr. Brown will tell me I need to give you reasons and conditions. So let's test the water first and see where we go. So I see those in favour of refusal. Those against? And those abstaining? So, members, that is clearly the majority in favour of refusing consent, so we don't need to go to the proposal for grant. So that application is refused without consent. We'll now move to application number 461 for land to the rear of 113 and 115 Victoria Road, Hartsel. Craggs has indicated you'd like to speak. If you take the speaker's chair, while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just run through the slides. Again, these are replicas of what you have in front of you. The site there is coloured green at the back of existing properties, which run Victoria Road and Church Road in Hartsel. and you can see the access there from Victoria Road edged in red. And then in terms of its elevations, this is the proposal that is being put forward for you. You'll see, Mr. Chairman, that the recommendation is approval, and there are 2 or 3 reasons for that. The first is the fallback position, in the sense that planning permission has already been granted here in 2009, I think it was, for a house. Therefore, the principle of a house on this site has already been granted, although it obviously hasn't been built. It's inside the development boundary. And secondly, the county council position, which has got one of no objection. And the third one would be what I would call a fallback, in the sense that, as you can see from the report, this access already serves a couple of properties in Church Road. So therefore, it's not as if this was a fresh use of this particular access. It is, in fact, already used for residential purposes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the council house. Welcome to the planning board. I think you know what's going next, so you're Brian.
Yes, you've got 3 minutes in which to speak. I'll start at 3 o'clock when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute.
So my name's Sarah Craigs. I'm a retired person, and the idea of this project is to build a low impact house where I can live with tiny builds, but then also turn the land into a garden that is not only designed well to look at, but also encourages natural habitats. I know there have been several questions about whether it's a good idea. One was about access for fire engines. I was there measuring it up. There is a pinch point which is about 2.9 metres. But I looked up a fire engine, and apparently a fire engine is 2.3 metres, and all the rest except for this one pinch point is 3.2 metres. So there is room for fire engines to go down there. Another objection was about the primary school, and the fencing is quite low there, but there is an enormous amount of wood, shrubbery, trees in between the property and the school. So you'd have to really climb in there to look into the school. And anyway, my whole career has been in children's services. I'm not a threat to children. I've had CRB checks for the last 30 years. And in fact, what I would like to do is actually offer my services as a professional in children's services to the school if they needed a counsellor. So I think I would be more of an asset than a threat to the school. I talked to one of the neighbours, one of the people who lives on Church Lane, and he said that he had canvassed a lot of the other neighbours about whether they'd put any objections in, and they were all seemed happy with the building and the way it looks and things like that. So I can't really see any very good reason to object to this building. Environmentally, particularly, I've had an environmental assessment report done, which said that there's been no significant impact on local animals, birds, and things. And in fact, they put recommendations about what would encourage birds and invertebrates and things like that, which I will also use as part of my guidelines for how I'm going to develop this project. So that's a useful report just to give me extra ideas about how to encourage birds and invertebrates and moths into the area. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker?
Just one question. On average, how many times do you think you would be leaving the property and coming back? I mean, we can't really.
Yeah, I'm a retired person, so I don't know. I'll obviously go to the shops and things, but I won't be hitting the road as the schools come and go, because who would choose to do that if you've got a choice?
And I do like your idea of bringing the habitat in rather than scaring it away.
That's the whole intention of having this piece of land. It really is that
And I make my project for retirement till I no longer strong left to do it.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Parsons?
I think I've got to remark, Chair, that actually the sort of having view of a primary school could be seen as an objection. I find that rather offensive, to be honest. To actually be able to see children on a playground is not a legitimate reason for objecting to a development. I think that's scandalous. Sorry, Chair.
Try as I might, I couldn't see the question.
Yeah, well, good point. I've got to be honest, it was a statement.
Thank you. Any other questions for our speaker? Thank you very much indeed. Members, a proposal?
Happy to hear the recommendation, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hobbs.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a quick one. I've toyed with the this planning application for a little while as soon as I've seen it on the councillor for Hertfordshire along with Councillor Bell. I think it's great what you're doing. I also agree with Councillor Parsons about having view of a school. My daughter goes to that school, Nathaniel Newton. There is like a zoo in there sometimes, so I do, appreciate that it will cause you a noise and stuff, but you're well aware of that.
I think it's not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I
for
can't
me.
let
It's
you
probably
speak
for the
anymore.
school that I would be looking in.
I'm sorry, you can't speak.
No,
anymore.
it's fine.
Can I clarify that then when Councillor Hobley is finished?
Between you, let's hear Councillor Hobley.
Shall we speak then? I was going to object to this application today because of the access. You know as well as I do, if you know that access, it is blocked every morning. Every morning I've walked past it. Since I've received the application, it's been parked over. Just for those members who don't know, this is not an easy access. This is hidden, almost set back access that is block paved, not normal road paved. It is blocked every day on the school run, twice a day. But I'm really struggling to object to it because I like what you're going to do with it, but I'm just really concerned. The junction that it's on, anybody who knows Hertfordshire, we've got 3 schools within 300 metres. That is the busiest corner of the whole village, and it's the access that is just making me not want to support it. And whilst I do understand that highways haven't put an objection in, I'm not inclined to agree fully with them because of the nature of the road. So it's a really difficult one for me, but I really do appreciate all the care and the time and the planning that you've put into the application. It's made it really difficult. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor David.
Thank you. Could I just say that what I took from your statement was that you were concerned that the school might object to this development, not that you were objecting to the school, and that all that you mentioned there would actually screen your development from the school, which would be good from their point of view, not that there was any objection from your side. Is she allowed to confirm that I've got it right?
No.
Just nod.
No, I need to be genuinely clear on this.
Yes.
Public speaking allows members of the public, applicants and objectors to speak before the debate happens. I absolutely understand many times it would be beneficial and preferable to let members, speakers have another go to answer further questions. If I did that for this application, we would have to do it for every application. And the important thing, I think, in terms of planning is to treat people fairly and equitably, give everyone the same opportunity. It's perfectly permissible for us to amend the rules, and you're all at liberty to propose changes to the scheme of public speaking. But until we do, I really have to try and let everyone have the same opportunity. So apologies. I
apologise.
No need to. Councillor Davies, everyone tries it on in this board, it's an only game. Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I do understand Councillor Hobbs' reservations. Obviously, I know this area as well.
However, the drive is already used, and if it's not, which I'm sure it is at school time, well, I'm sure the applicant understands that and is willing to stay in during school time, as most of us who live in Hartsell do. Most of us do not go out at those times. I think the design is to be commended. I think the idea of regenerating, if you like, that piece of land, the way it's been suggested, is really good. And highways haven't objected. We don't have a reason for refusal here, and I'm very happy to. If it's not been seconded for approval, I'll do it, whether it has or not.
Thank you, Councillor Bart. Councillor Hazel.
Yeah, I like the application. I vote to support it.
Thank you much. And in an absolute moment of openness and transparency, I should say, I was several years ago the governor of Sunny Newton School. Councillor Watford.
Thanks, Chair. I was just going to make a comment, not really about objecting or otherwise, really. It was just a comment about the measurements of the fire engine. I was just going to say, whilst it appears that it's larger, it will be still very difficult to navigate that vehicle in an emergency in such a tight space. I'd just like to clarify that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor John.
Thanks, Chair. But looking at this, it's a good application, and looking at the figures that county highways use is 6 vehicle movements per day per development. That's certainly not excessive. And when you look at where the drive comes out, it's got it's not a perfect visibility, but it's got a reasonable visibility, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you very much. So, members, the application has been proposed and seconded. The planning application is granted. Can I see those in favour? And I don't think there are, but is there anybody against? Any abstention? In which case, planning permission is granted. Thank you. We'll now move to application number 488, Woodstock 19 Cottage Lane, Whittaker Heath. Mr. Brown, anything to add to your report?
Just to go through the slides, Mr. Chairman. The site here is the area edged red on the right-hand side of Cottage Lane, which members will know is off Station Road in Whittaker Heath. The area there in blue is open land, and you'll see at the top of the red area the existing buildings. Oops. As you can see there, the shaded area of the building to be removed and replaced. And I think the best thing we can do, Mr. Chairman, is show the building which is to be replaced, which is the demonstrated conservatory on that page. And the replacement will be a brick and tile outbuilding, as you can see there. The reason it's been brought to you is because of a 106, the unilateral undertaking. The site is in the green belt, it's not inside the development boundary, and the unilateral undertaking has been submitted in order that the building itself is not sublet or become permanently an independent living accommodation. The Head of Legal Services, Mr. Chairman, has seen that UU and is satisfied with it from a legal point of view.
For the ones who don't know, Mr. Wells talked about the one with windows. And the UU is a unilateral undertaking. Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to support the recommendation. I think anybody that's willing to go to all this trouble to keep a member of the family at home needs to be. I think it looks far better than the previous one.
Councillor Dewar.
Thank you. On the surface of it, my initial reaction to this was I'm not totally happy with it. But last week I had occasion to observe the site in very nice weather, I might add, sunny, and when you look at the site, what is there at the moment is quite frankly an eyesore. And I think that this development would be a vast improvement on what is there already. Therefore, I would support this application.
Councillor Humphries.
Just wondering if it's going to sit on the same footprint, I think. Yeah, because I couldn't work that out. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So councillor Lee.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to echo what you said. I think the fact that what's there is an absolute eyesore, and it makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paulson.
Happy to propose the acceptance of the motion, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favour of granting planning consent? Any against? Any abstentions? In which case that is carried and permission is granted. Members, that deals with all of the planning applications for this evening. We just have one further item as an appeal update. Mr. Brown, anything to add to your report?
Nothing, Mr. Chairman. There are three reported there, and they've already been circulated to members.
Thank you very much.
Haven't dealt with the minutes or the first item.
I thought we did. We skipped the minutes.
Your item.
Oh, I do apologise. There was me promising you we'd do it early, and I'm sorry. So on the appeal, members, any comments on Mr. Brown's benefit? Thank you. And with significant apologies, Mr. Barrett, would you like to introduce your report on the consultation on strengthening green belt policy for brownfield development? Oh no, and that 2.5 hours ago.
It's actually on page 8 of your papers, so you can scroll back, but you'd be very pleased to hear that I've got nothing to add to the report, Mr. Chairman, other than what the observations that are already in the report.
You waited this long, can't you do better than that?
Oh, if you wish.
So, nothing to add.
Nothing to add.
With the recommendation.
So you all wish those comments to be sent to Mr. Gove?
One very brief comment, Chair. It seems to me that, yes, I'm in line. Brownfield development is obviously where we need to go before we go anywhere else. But I'm not entirely happy with the encouragement to ignore things like light, spatial. It seems to me that yes, we do want brownfield development, but do we want it at the cost of decent places to live? And I think there is an element of this which could undermine that.
I think you're absolutely developing brownfield sites first. It needs clear, and I think it's already effectively what planning authorities do. Risking bad development, poor conditions for the occupiers is not good. And I don't think, as much as I don't want to build in the greenbelt, I don't want to give people a horrible place to live either. And so I think we should be saying that, first, second, third, quality of life is important. And as a planning authority, we should not be in the situation of having to choose between an acceptable standard of living and building a house on brownfield land.
Exactly. Should not be compromised.
That's what David said.
Anybody else?
No.
In which case, we'll send both those comments. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I was just going to say, and apologise for keeping the officers so long.
They love it. So all those in favour? Thank you very much. Members, that is, I think, now officially the end of the agenda. Thank you very much indeed for your attendance. The chip shop is definitely open. And I would just like to say Councillor Media and Councillor Waffles, well done, excellent contribution. And come back to you.
Can I just say one thing? I know we're finished the meeting, but can I thank Andrew? Sorry, can I thank you for your due diligence while you were on holiday because of our time-specific information that was required? I know we finished the meeting now, but I just wanted to make it aware to other councillors that you were working on your holiday and you were away as well. So
you do know he's the world's favourite planner, isn't it?
It's our new best planning officer.
You're blushing.
Thank you very much, everyone.
You always get an email back. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unless we don't be sort of on the road out, then it won't be standing up. It's you that, Andrew.